And there's Chris. Welcome back from the other class.
Thanks.
Let's see here.
Hey, Mark.
Yep.
Mr. Bray is forthcoming.
Okay.
You know how that goes.
Yep. I sent him a note saying Bill's teaching tonight, so he can join in whenever and we'll
Okay.
practice.
Right on.
Okay. Linda, how's your mic working?
Fine. You know what happened last time is when you turned off the class mics and I went to turn back on, that's when I got kicked out. But just at the end of the class, when you were saying that's it for the night, I got my mic back. So I think there's just a certain number in the class and the last one in is out. I don't know. It
But I
came
did
back
mute
though, at
you.
the end of the class.
I did mute you, but I won't mute you for the duration. But you got to be real quiet on your end, though.
I will. And
So
can
no
I go
eating potato
first?
chips.
All right. Can I go first?
Well, I don't. We're going to. Yeah, I'll try to recommend to Bill to have you go first when we get to that point. Steve Bray's going to join the class.
Perfect.
So we're going to do kind of the discussion first, then pause the class, and go through the oral presentations. So, but
Perfect.
Bill just got on. Hey, Bill. And let's see here. There's Tim and Sherry, the newlyweds. And hello there, Phillips and Deborah.
Hi, Mark.
How are you guys tonight?
Doing great. It's hot in Phoenix.
Yo, I heard that was we had a video conference with some guys in Phoenix today, and they said they had a cool spell. I guess it got into the 90s for a little bit. They didn't know what to do. So.
Yeah. 108. Yeah.
It's been really nice for a few days there, but now we're back to the
Hey, Bill, when we get to the oral presentations, we want to have Linda go first because her mic has gremlins in it. So we want to make sure we can get her. She's been fighting the mic battle for weeks now. Let's see, who else we have here? We are missing Bart, Kelvin, Shannon, Sky, and Krina.
Hey, Mark, is Steve on?
He is not.
See, is that the GU video conference I see there?
You see the picture of the rocket in the.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, he'll
Okay.
be there. That said, he's on the way. So
Awesome.
you just jump in and he'll join in. He knows you're teaching, and we'll just kind of flex.
Got it. Got it. Well, we still have. Should we give everybody? Give everybody another minute or two. It's just coming right up on 7 o'clock.
For those that haven't met Steve, other than the opening video, he's a wonderful guy. He's kind of a somewhat grown up surfer dude, and he just floats through life. He's got such a great heart and spirit, but you never know when he shows up what's going to happen. So it'll be fun though. I'm glad he's joining us. Augusta, are you in Phoenix too?
I am, Mark.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I guess we can't complain about Texas weather when we have a bunch of Phoenix people on, right?
But theirs is a dry heat.
Yeah.
Well, Houston's particularly odd because it'll stay kind of in the low to mid 90s, and a thunder shower will come in and just deluge for about 5 minutes, and then it moves on, and the sun comes back out and just drives the humidity through the roof. It's kind of the weirdest thing. So.
Yeah, when we were Mark knows the story, but I was working a job in Houston, and actually my wife took a job down in a school district in south of Houston, and they actually had a rain day. You've heard of snow days? They had so much rain that they actually had to call school because it's super flat, and it's not really, there's not a lot of, I guess, elevation, and like it just takes a long time for the water to move out. And so yeah, a rain day. Well, we'll go ahead and go ahead, Mark.
It does move out. Harvey showed that. I mean, it was just,
yeah.
While it was raining, it was flooded, but as soon as the rain left, stopped, it just, so they really do have a good system. They weren't a year's worth of rain in 1 week, though. So that's asking a little much.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go ahead and get kicked off. I hope everybody is hard to believe we've made it almost to the end here. And I hope you all have enjoyed the class and gotten something out of it. You know, about generosity, a little bit about Giving University and what some of our motivations are. Tonight is going to be perhaps a little different. We'll see. We're gonna talk a little bit about some more high impact generosity, some more things that we can consider as we think about our time and our energy and our money. So we're going to start off. We'll talk a little bit about some of I'll say the coursework. As Mark mentioned, some of you didn't hear, but Steve Bray is going to join us hopefully here and talk us through. It's called Steve Bray's Famous Rocket. So there you go. So we'll talk about the rocket and generosity there. We still have 5 or so people. It looks like, I guess, 3 or 4 out of the 5 are here tonight. So we'll go through your grant proposals and allow you to talk through those with everybody. And then we've got some kind of closeout stuff we'll get to at the end. We'll talk a little bit more about GU trips. We'll talk about Kiva again and just really kind of wrap this thing up. Now, there is one thing that I'm going to emphasize that we would love for you guys to give us feedback on the class, right? What you know, if you could give Mark and or myself kind of a feedback on what were the things you really liked about it? What were the things you thought, wow, we could have done a better job with that? Because again, this class is kind of an overused kind of statement, right? But it's a living, breathing thing. We want to make it better, and we want really people to get a lot out of it and understand what you know, what we're really focused on as it relates to this high impact generosity. So with that, does anybody have any questions or comments before we kick off, or I will start the get the presentation going here. All right. So let's go to present.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve. How are you? We're just getting started. All right. I am hoping that you guys can see my screen. High impact generosity. Thumbs up. Somebody?
Yes, you're good.
Thank you. Mark was letting me hang out there, guys. I don't know if you noticed that. He wasn't even saying anything, just smiling. All right.
Yeah, I just want to I want to make sure Steve knows he's muted, but he has to unmute in Anaheim to join in.
Can I do that?
No, we can't unmute.
Okay.
We can only mute.
Okay. Oh. All right. Well, we'll get started. So let's talk a little bit about, why people give and see how if this resonates with each of you as we kind of go through some of this stuff. So think about a list of answers to the question, why do people give? And then let's look at those reasons in comparison with kind of our definition of generosity, and I'll pop that up here in a second again. So for the reasons that people give, does it satisfy our definition of generosity? And does the reason lead us to want to give more? So, and again, our definition of giving is freely giving or sharing things we value for the benefit of others. So what are some reasons why you might give? Anybody want to throw some out there? You're all unmuted.
You might want to give because maybe the organization that you're giving to is one that you have a passion for, whatever it is you do, and to be a part of that. If you can't really be a physical part, you might just want to give of your monies or give of your time.
Definitely.
On the big picture, it could be part of your value system. For me as a Christian, it's part of my Christian value system. I'm told to give, so I do it gladly. We do it gladly.
God loves a cheerful giver.
Yeah. So that, but I was thinking too about philanthropists, the love of man, people that give it, but I wonder about their intentions, for self-gratification. I don't know. We don't know the intention, but people just want to put their money. A lot of, baseball players or what do we call it? Celebrities. They got so much and they want to.
For tax reasons.
I don't know. But anyway, so that's my thought on it.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things that we kind of, you probably all have seen this in your own lives, as you become more involved, you learn more about the needs and you get more invested, and giving becomes more and more of a lifestyle, right? And so any other specific reasons that kind of come to mind why people like to give?
But I know what inspires me to give is compassion. You just have so much compassion for people, and because I feel so grateful and privileged to have what I have. I don't know, Joe, we pastored a church with a lot of immigrants, and they were very poor, and we were poor as well in the beginning. And there's just this compassion, I think, that people have in their hearts.
Another reason people give could be because of a tax write-off, like certain organizations, they might give because they know at the end of the year they can write off on their taxes. So, I mean, I think that's a little selfish, but yet again, it depends,
Right. So we're gonna look at it really from two perspectives, right? There's generosity that leads to more giving, and then there's other generosity that may not actually lead to more giving. So I think we've hit on some of the key things. It's wanting to help specific people, right? A specific people group or somebody you meet or get attached to. Same thing, specific cause, whether it's, high quality meals for people or homelessness or whatever the case might be. I think Joe mentioned a little bit of the concept of wanting to make the world a little bit of a better place. And so there are many places that you can give to in cumulatively make the world a better place. Because there are so many places that where there are needs. And again, I think this is something that we've kind of talked about previously, is that there are a lot of needs, and find a big part of the grant process, the proposal process, was finding something you're passionate about, and don't become overwhelmed by all of the needs, because the needs they will always be there. Wanting to give back from abundance. It is, if you've been blessed in life and you want to, again, support a specific cause or specific people, or try and make the world a better place, you can do that. Wanting to please God. And so, the concept of God loves a cheerful giver, and that you can't outgive God, I think have been two things that have come up in our discussion over these last few weeks. And so that there's a great motivation. Wanting to be good stewards of the resources that we have. Again, if we have abundance, are we using them? Are we using those resources well for our community and the people around us? And then finally, as an act of worship. And so I'll throw a couple of verses out here. But if you love me, you'll obey me. And then why do you call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say? And so, to love God is to obey God. And so as an act of worship, this might be something that leads us to doing more giving. Now, there are other elements of generosity where, you could be being generous, right? You're giving freely of your resources, but it might not lead to more giving. So I'll throw the first one up there, but a sense of obedience, right? Is something I have to do. Am I being forced into it? What's really required of me? Are there other areas? Again, I think some of them have been mentioned that we talked a little bit about giving from the perspective of you get a tax break. Does that really make you want to give more, right? But what are some other things that might not lead you to give more?
I think I wouldn't want to give more if I've given to a specific organization and find that they haven't really been diligent or wise with the donations that have been given. I don't know if it was United Way that they found. I don't want to say that if it's not that group, but I know there was a very large nonprofit group that was using their money frivolously, and it came to the public's awareness. And so many people were so hurt by that. So that would be one reason where I probably would stop giving.
What about if they're giving because they have a lot, but if the source was cut out, it would not lead to them to find other ways to give out of their poverty, maybe.
Yeah, sure.
So this is Steve Bray.
Yes, Steve.
See me? A couple of things before we get too far away from the tax giving. Most of our generosity is really a search of our own heart. And if you find yourself giving for the tax break, that you want to put that in check. Now, right now, you can give to organizations and we get a tax break for giving to the organizations because the United States has learned that private charities do more work than the government does. So they give you a tax break, and it would be dumb not to take it, but it would also be dumb to only give out of that motivation.
Exactly right, Steve. You're a great straight man. So some of the other things that we're gonna roll into that the tax benefit thing as well. But it's a tradition or it's a habit. My family have always done that, and that's what I want to do, or that's what I do. And again, I think if you don't have that, we talked earlier in that last slide about connection and passion and wanting to work in a specific area with a specific kind of people or people group. I mean, again. If it's tradition or habit, is there a passion around it? If you're giving because you want to participate in a a fun event or a golf tournament. There's not that there's anything wrong with that, but it may not lead you to give more. It may just be, hey, I got to go do something with my friends. We had four folks together. We went and played a round of golf, and it was for a good cause. But again, it was your motivation to go play golf with your friends, or was it to support the cause? And then finally, again, right along with what Steve was saying, you see the benefits outweigh the costs. And so, for example, what I might suggest is kind of flip this around and say, hey, look, if I didn't get a tax benefit for a particular donation, am I still passionate enough about that organization to want to be involved with it, to want to give to it? And we've also talked about other ways that we can be generous with our time and our talents, right? So we talk a lot about the financial aspects here in the class, but if there are other things that you can do, whether it's, again, taking someone to the market, or, helping somebody with chores at their house or something like that, that is being generous, but is not, again, financially motivated. So again, when we come back to generosity, our definition is freely giving or sharing things that we value for the benefit of others. So again, what are those benefits? And as I just mentioned, it's not always financial, but what are those other benefits that you can provide to people, in need? So any questions or comments?
Hey, Bill, because it wouldn't be a class that I would join unless I could completely interrupt and disrupt everything. And
Mark prepared me properly, sir.
Okay, good. Can you, is the angle of the camera right? You can see me?
Yes.
Okay. Part of what I wanted to do is there's a couple of pieces that I wanted to weigh in on, and then let you guys run with the class, so that because I know you guys are in some flow and process, and I'm just going to take a little piece and do that, and then I'll get out of your hair. And let you guys.
We cannot see him.
Hey, Steve, Bill, stop presenting for a second.
Hold on.
So the camera will go to main conference room.
Oh, there you go.
It's better.
Am I here? Okay. So, here's the deal. You guys saw the opening video. That I did. Everybody see that, in kind of the introduction and how this all got started? Great. And you can unmute yourself and talk. I like a lot of interaction and free flowing. There's a couple of things that are kind of part and parcel of things that I like to talk about, and I want to go through those. And then I want to take you through what has been termed Steve's rocket, and I'll tell you a little bit about the rocket, and you guys will have that in your material. It should come up on your slides at some point. Mark, did you get the updated slide that we changed and sent to you?
Yeah, we have that, Steve.
Okay. So I want to take you through that, and I want to take you through 3 things, and I would love to have a lot of discussion. And let me give you a little. Let me give you a little bit of background here. So, as far as I'm concerned, generosity is truly 100% a search of your own heart. Nobody can judge you for what you do. Well, it's between you and you and you and God. And nobody, gets to weigh in outside of that. So this class was meant to be challenging, disrupting, and really meant to, bring a lot of new discussion and ideas. And we've developed this material, and we've added and morphed some new things in. And really, it's a research of generosity and who does it well. Okay. And so I'm going to take you through what I call my 3 false constructs. So false construct can be given down as an assumption of something that we think the Bible says, or we are, kind of our take or our belief system. And I always like to challenge those and break those down. So the first false construct is that God owns it all. Okay? Have you ever heard of that before? God owns it all. You have. Okay. You guys can take yourself off of mute. Everybody take yourself off of mute.
Yes, that's economy, Steve.
It's God's economy. So so I'm going to challenge that because I don't believe that God owns it all. In the same way that God, when He made us, He gave us a free will. Do you understand that that was the most dangerous thing? If you were creating something and you gave it a free will, what it would mean is it could oppose you or go against you. And so I'm pushing back on that, and I'm saying this is a false construct. So where this comes from is there's a few like high level verses in the Bible. God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. The earth is the Lord's and all that's in it. All of those things are, we built a belief system around something that wasn't meant to be built in. If God owns it all and I'm simply just managing it, guess what? It's not generosity. If I own something and give something, then that's the true test of generosity. So I push back on that, and I've talked to theologians, and I've argued with, pastors and everyone, and they always push back and say, God owns it all. Okay, well, where is that taught in the Bible? Actually, it really isn't, because that's where the tithes and the offerings and the first fruits and all those things, they're markers of generosity, and that comes from, and I'll point out one great story. David was bringing the ark back from the Philistines. The Philistines had seized the ark of the covenant. They had it in their land. They kept having problems because of it. They were cursed. They had boils and plagues and everything, and they said, we got to get rid of this thing. So they put it on a cart and sent it to the border of Jerusalem or the border of Israel and the Philistine border. And David receives it, and he begins to bring the ark back. And as he's bringing the ark back, and this is my take on it, he's bringing the ark back. One of his men, who was in charge of making sure that the ark was secure, he put his hand on the ark and he fell over dead. Okay, anybody remember that story? So the guy falls dead, and David basically freaks out and says, whoa, I have no idea what just happened. I don't know why this happened. And he basically takes it to one of the residents along the way, and he parks it there and says, I'm going to go back to Jerusalem and read the directions. Because actually the way they were supposed to carry the ark was completely different than the way they were doing it. And so David was really bummed and didn't understand what happened. And so he went back and read the directions on how you carry an ark. Okay, there's like a little fold-up sheet, here's how you carry the ark. So he goes to the threshing floor of the owner of the place, and he says, I'm going to donate the threshing floor. And David says, no, I will not give that which cost me nothing. So sort of embedding into that thought is that if we don't own something, typically, and I always find this to be funny, and I have an odd sense of humor, and Mark can explain it after I leave, but it's usually a lot of people that don't have much that will, push the idea, or a pastor that needs money. Hey, God owns it all. You need to be a better steward or whatever. I think that's a false construct, and so I push back on that. He gives us purview over a certain amount of wealth and riches. There's a lot of people that have more than others, but the same rule applies to generosity for if you're uber rich or if you're barely scraping along. He wants to see us make a gift, and he kind of gives us a formula, for lack of a better term. In the Old Testament, it was the tithe, and the tithe was broken into two different tithes. There was a tithe to the civil community, which the king oversaw, and there was the tithe to the temple. And so that's where we got the term the tithe. The tithe goes to the temple, and so that's what God is saying: bring your tithe, and so to the temple, and then pay your taxes. Okay, basically, it's just that simple. So that's the first construct, and I push back on that, the false construct. God owns it all. I don't subscribe to that, and I basically push back on it. Now, if you haven't noticed, in the Giving University, you can have your own views about generosity, and we want to mix it up and share our views. But I push back on that one because I don't see it as being productive towards getting people to be more generous. It's more of a God owns it all. Well, he doesn't own my free will. He gave that to me, and my free will is what drives most of my life and my actions, and it also drives my generosity. I can give, or I don't have to give, and we'll talk about the famous verse out of Malachi in chapter 3 about test me in this. It's the only place in the Bible says, "Test me," says the Lord. It's the only place. Give your tithes and offerings and see if I won't press it down, pack it in, shake it, and give you heaping over and open the windows of heaven. Okay? So that is something that tests my heart, because when I give, I want to give, and God said, "I'll bless you." And what I've found, and part of my journey of generosity, has been that I can't outgive God. Okay, so if you can't outgive God, what moves your heart towards more generosity? Okay, any questions on that one? Pushback, arguments? I'll put my arm on the thing, we'll arm wrestle a little. Whatever. Anything.
Yeah, I personally think it's kind of a little bit of a semantics game. I think the term own is a little bit fluid in the way that we're using it. And, I think, nothing's really owned in the terms that our life is a gift. And the moment we're dead, what does own even mean? And so I think that's a little bit of a fluid definition, which is why there's debate. That to me is the root of the disagreement for anybody who says we do own or we don't own. It's the word own. It's the delta that it's pivoting on. And so, I think we can even look at secular places and persons that debated that same thing. I think Muhammad Ali even said that, you don't own anything, that what the work you do is just, it pays the rent for where you live. And so, I mean, any one of us, if we say that we own a home, we own a car because we have the deed or we don't make payments, how does that equate to actually owning it? So my presumption is that it's the pivotal point of the term own. And I think things that are heritage, that are passed along generation to generation to generation, that's the closest we can compare to like human possession of something that's retained. But that's my perspective on this. It's pivoting on the word own.
All right, good one, Sky. I'm guessing it's you because there's a purple dot in the middle of my screen that's moving. So
yeah, that's me.
How are you, Sky? Any other thoughts? All right, I'm going to move to the next one. Sacrificial gifts. So in order for a gift to be a good gift, or the right gift, it has to be sacrificial. And I'm just going to tell you, we've morphed this into meaning similar to what Sky's talking about. What was What was the sacrifice for? What was it for? Anybody want to throw it out there? It was the sacrifice for sin. It's the only time the Bible uses the term sacrifice. And who made the ultimate sacrifice to pay for our sin?
Jesus.
Yeah. So if Jesus made the sacrifice, we've sort of morphed the use of sacrifice like it's got to be a sacrificial gift or it's not good. Now, watch how we break that down. If Bill Gates, who has $76 billion in the world, gave $75 billion, would that be a sacrificial gift?
No.
No.
No. I'll take that job of living on $1 billion. You know, hey, I'll take that. You see, it's a false construct because it's a zero-sum game. It goes to nothing because I could take any one of you in the class and say, do you have 2 cars? Well, we could figure out a way for you to only need 1 car, and somebody could ride a bike, and you could give sacrificially by sacrificing that second car. You see what I'm saying? It never ends. It just keeps going. I don't live a sacrificial life. I don't give sacrificially. It's a false construct because, you know, I have a car that goes 200. I've got motorhomes, boats. I've got motorcycles. I've got all this stuff. And, you know, I basically have all these things. I'm not living sacrificially. So I'm not kidding myself about, you know, living sacrificially. Now, one of the kids in the class, you guys weren't here. And if you guys are feeling disruptive, I am on point. I'm glad to be disruptive. I had a kid in the class. He's 21 years old. He's got the most extreme case of cerebral palsy. He has a wheelchair that is like this amazing, crazy wheelchair that does everything. And he can type like lightning on an iPad. He was in the class. And the only way he could talk, because he can't speak, is through his iPad. And I said, Jacob, let's take you for an example. Why don't you live sacrificially? Your wheelchair, how much does it cost? $20,000. I got a wheelchair that costs $80 bucks. I'll give it to you, and we'll sell your wheelchair, and we'll donate that to the poor, and you can give sacrificially. Want to know what his answer was? Leave my wheelchair alone. Leave my wheelchair alone. See, the bottom line is I could break any one of you down and prove to you that you're not living sacrificially. So this is a false construct right here. This is, God's not looking at you and saying, yeah, that was an okay gift, you know, but it wasn't sacrificially, so I'm not going to press it down, give you back, you know, what you measured out. The bottom line is that he said, whatever you give, I'll give back to you more, and you can't outgive me. So what I have found, and this is the reality, and look, I'm here to not, you know, portray myself as this, you know, awesome guy that created the Giving University. I'm here to open the kimono and say, let me tell you my struggle. Okay. Every day I wake up and I have 2 things. Okay. 1, I know I could give more. And 2, I know I could own more. And those things are in constant, you know, struggle with each other. Constantly struggle. I wake up every day. I have to, you know, make decisions. And so I have opportunities to give, and I have opportunities to buy things for myself. And those struggles are my struggles. I would put forward that they're your struggles too, no matter what level you live at, okay? Your struggle is you probably could give more than you give, and you could probably own more than you own, okay? So I don't believe that the sacrificial gift, it has anything to do with, it's a misuse of the term. The sacrifice was a sacrifice for sin. So if you sinned, you know, really big, you had to sacrifice an ox. if you sinned really small, you had to go and take a dove in and, and have that as your sacrifice. So, and there was grain offerings and there were sacrifices of grain. But when we talk about generosity, we want to focus on not that we donated our time, that what the Bible, true biblical generosity is when we take money out of our pocket, we open our wallet up, and we give out of that whatever abundance we have, whether it's a small amount of abundance. But when we do that, that's what the biblical imperative is about generosity. So I don't believe God owns it all. I don't believe in sacrificial giving. I think it's a misterm that has sort of bled itself into this concept and into this idea of generosity. 3, what does God love a cheerful giver?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can we back up one?
Sure.
Before you go on to 3?
Yeah.
Because I just want to make sure I'm understanding you clearly. I just want to say this though: sacrificial giving and living, aren't those two different things? You made an example of the young boy with the cerebral palsy who had this wheelchair that did it all for him. Of course, he wouldn't want to have the wheelchair that didn't do that because he needs the one that does it all for him. I was thinking though, as you were speaking of the woman who gave, it's called the widow's mite, where she had nothing, so she gave up the nothing. So to me, that would be a sacrificial type of giving. But then sacrificial lifestyle, I think now more of Mother Teresa, someone who's living in a lifestyle that they may not have to live, but they've kind of sacrificed everything they have so that they can live very meagerly, or so I don't know if that's what you were saying, but that's what was coming to mind when we were speaking. Sacrificial giving, I might say, well, I don't really have a lot of money this week, but I know that I want to give to this organization or to this family that I know that needs something. So I might only have $50 this week, but gosh, you know what? They need $50. And if I give them my whole $50, that's sacrificial giving, because now I don't have anything left. And I'm giving that person. If I have shoes, then I'm, like I said, well, somebody needed a pair of shoes, but I still have some sneakers. I can wear my sneakers. I'll just give them my shoes. I don't feel that that's sacrificial giving because I still have something to wear. Am I making myself clear? And if maybe I misunderstood you, I'm not sure.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think we should use the term sacrificial giving. I don't believe that we give sacrificially. I think we give, and we're going to go through the 7 stages of sacrifice. Now, Mother Teresa dedicated her life, and think about it. The highest possibility of someone's thought is that the widow's mite. She came to the place where she thought, I need to give, and I'm putting my whole entire trust on you, Lord. It would buy 2 little pieces of bread, and that wasn't going to sustain her. And she knew that she wanted to make sure that she gave, and she understood the idea that giving, that God would take care of her. That's faith, okay? That God would take care of her. We're going to talk about faith when we get to the rocket. I just think that it's a misnomer. Have you ever given and you thought, well, I really could have given double that? I really didn't. I didn't give till it hurts, okay? Which is another false construct about sacrificial giving. I'm just telling you, I just have never met anybody that gives till it hurts. And I've also observed people that have given and they have had this amazing experience of watching God give back to them. So if we follow the imperative to bring the tithe and offering and give, and God will press it down and give it back, it's really actually an act of faith. So, but if someone that, and we like to support people such as Mother Teresa who say, like, there's a guy in Nigeria we support. His name is Peter. He could live a big life in Texas, and he came from a family of wealth, and he dedicated his life to helping the people in Nigeria. I love it. That was his calling. That was his directive of his life. Other people become pastors. If you want to get poor, become a pastor. Except for some pastors. My whole point of making that point about sacrificial giving, I don't think it's the proper use of the biblical term. And when you give, whether you feel it was sacrifice or not, God doesn't measure it that way. He measures it back to you based on what you gave, right? So the big conversation, well, do I tithe before taxes, or do I tithe out of my gross, or do I tithe after taxes? You see what I'm saying? Because then it becomes like a formula. And what I always say, that's not important. And besides that, the more you give, you can't outgive God. So watch that play out. And that's the imperative of the class. You're not going to be able to outgive God. And he promises that in Malachi. You cannot outgive God. He will, and he watches. There's another thing that I think is really interesting about just seeing the act of giving and what God always tries to demonstrate. So a great story about Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, king of and ruler of the whole earth, rich, built an amazing kingdom, overtook all of his enemies, and he was walking around in his prosperity, and he was arrogant, and he goes to sleep and has a dream. And the dream is this big tree covered the earth, and the fruit of it expanded across the whole earth, and the shade and all the benefits of it. And then there was an angel that cried and said, cut down the tree. And so the tree gets cut down, and all of the branches and everything are disseminated, and the tree is gone. And Nebuchadnezzar wakes up, calls Daniel, because he's the dream interpreter, and says, Daniel, I've had a dream. He tells the whole dream to him, and Daniel says, "O king, live forever." Good news and bad news. Bad news is you've been judged as arrogant and lack humility, and the good news is that there's a remedy for it. Humble yourself before the Almighty, and in addition to that, give to the poor and to the needy. And so I think that's fascinating, because it's a get out of jail free card. Anytime you're generous, God takes note of it. The non-Christian and the Christian. Okay, you remember the story of Cornelius? Prayers and alms. God, who are you? Where are you? Can you, tell me what, how I'm supposed to live? And his giving and generosity to the poor was noted by God. And so what did God do? He called Peter up and he said, hey, Peter, I want you to get down there and go have a conversation with Cornelius. He wants to know who I am. And his prayers and his generosity have come up as an offering before heaven. You see what's going on here? God values our generosity to the poor and to the needy, and he's watching. He's got a watchful eye. So Nebuchadnezzar didn't take the cue. Guess what? Nebuchadnezzar spent the next year, God gave him an entire year of just continuing to be arrogant and an ungenerous guy, and he ended up going insane. And they say he was out for 7 seasons. I don't know if that means 7 years or 7 seasons of winter, spring, summer, fall. I don't know which it was, but it was 7 seasons, and he went literally insane. And then Nebuchadnezzar says, I came to realize that, God is almighty, and he's powerful, and he sees the whole earth, and I'm not that big of a deal. and he comes back to his senses and then comes back into his kingdom. So my point, and when I talk about sacrificial giving, you can live a life, you can live a life of generosity. I'm just saying the term is misleading, because if you could have given triple what you gave, in the offering plate or to a group, does God stand there and do this? How disappointing? No, he doesn't. He matches what you gave and then gives more back to you. So that's why I like to get rid of that. I like to toss these terms out. God owns it all and sacrificial giving. So any more on that? Yes.
I like the perspective. I never heard the way you explained, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, good. Well, and by the way, if you disagree with us or me or any of this, I don't care. We're just teaching it from the standpoint of how we would like you to understand the biblical base of generosity. So there's many views, and so feel free to disagree or even challenge it. And at the end of the class, I'll give you my email address and my phone number, and I love to have dialogue with all the students. Okay,
Steve, it's pretty crazy that you write yourself off as a knucklehead, but you clearly have an ability to understand this stuff, and that's a gift. So that's cool.
Thanks, Sky. I don't know if you know this, but Sky and I met at I don't know what it was, some fundraising thing, and then we went to Nigeria together and we had a blast. So third construct, cheerful giver. So what happens to a gift if we don't give it cheerfully? Is it discounted in heaven? Is it taken away? Is it not responded to? What do you think the biblical imperative is? Anybody can throw in or
It's an unknown donation. It doesn't get credited to any person.
So that's interesting. The biblical imperative is there is no biblical imperative that you have to give cheerfully. Okay, if you want to please God, what does the Bible say about that? God loves a cheerful giver. But if you give grumpy, which I have given grumpy many times, I've given selfishly many times. No, I'm not really happy about this. Or secretly in my heart, I'm like, oh God, why do I have to do this? And I don't give cheerfully. Okay. Or wow, the opposite of that is, wow, I get to do this. I am so happy I get to be involved in helping these people or giving to these people. See, God loves that. But so in your treasure pile in heaven, everybody got one of those? I got one. I'm building. Okay. I like to think about mine as the one. If you've been on Pirates of the Caribbean, when you come around that one bend down the chute and you come around the corner and there's a guy sitting on a big pile of jewels and gold, I just think I'm just going to keep throwing money towards heaven, and being generous, because Jesus told us, don't store up things on earth where moth and rust corrupt, but put them towards the kingdom, and those are treasures in heaven. And so every day we have that choice. Treasure in heaven, treasure here. Treasure in heaven, treasure here. And Jesus said, let me give you a little insight. I've been there, been to heaven, I know what's there. You want to build your treasure in heaven. Okay? Very simply put. So God does not discount a gift by any measure whatsoever. So if you give $1 and you give it grumpy, he's going to press it down. He's going to give you that $1 back, keeping over, and you can't outgive God. If you give it cheerfully, he loves that. Now I want you to think about this, like if you have kids, you've seen kids where they do something and they're really excited and happy to be generous, and you as a parent go, wow, isn't that great? I just love their heart in that. Or I have a kid that's like, oh gosh, you know, I don't want to give anything, but they give it anyways. Okay, so you go, well, good. I'm glad you did that, and God will recognize that. See, there's no discount, and there's no discount system in the kingdom of heaven or in the Bible that says your grumpy gift is going to be discounted in any way whatsoever. Thoughts, ideas, feedback, pushback, arguments, arm wrestling.
I think it's.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I just think that all of it is a gift of love, and the greedy giver or the cheerful giver, it's really about it being, I think, in the spirit of it. And if the spirit of it is cheery, yeah, God's going to love that because it's good energy and it's loving. And I think that if it's grumpy giving, it's still giving. Yeah, exactly. It's out there. But I wrote in the chat box too, because there was a lot of conversation, but I think the same thing about, you know, the sacrifice of Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice, but wasn't it the ultimate sacrifice it's a gift of love. It was a gift of love. Mm-hmm. And if we give with our hearts and with love, there's just such a better energy about it. And then I think you will be more encouraged to give again. And it does make you feel good. It makes other people feel good. It all just, I think whatever you pay attention to in life will grow. So if you pay attention to the positive will grow. And that gift of love will grow.
Great. Good thought.
I was going to say that I get your point, Steve. Yeah, that God is not going to not receive that particular gift. But a passage came to my mind out of 1 Corinthians 3. It's more like a personal thing where you grow in time, where you know that God is going to judge our works and what we do. It talks about some people do it and they're like, you know, with bad intention, and then there's three, and then there's a straw, and then it talks about when you have the right intentions and
we lost him.
You know, and so at the end when we get our reward, it's not going to count for us, kind of deal. So I don't know. I just see that angle. That hopefully I give more cheerfully rather than grumpily, you know, if I.
So yeah, which is obviously the target. I don't want to take away from the target. Obviously we want to give cheerfully. I always, pause and see if I can get myself into that position. But once I've made the decision to give, I'm really measuring my own heart, and nobody can judge you or judge me or judge anyone based on, well, that looks like cheerful giving. What I want to say is that verse is really, God loves a cheerful heart in their generosity. That's between you and God. One thing about the Giving University, I just want to make sure that you're aware of this. We will never ask you any questions about, did you begin to give more after the Giving University? Did you are you a better giver now? Did you go from sort of a grumpy SOB to, a cheerful giver? This is really 100% between you and God. 100%. We don't take any surveys along those lines. This is simply to stimulate and hopefully push you into more thoughtful giving and generous giving and measuring your own heart. I've been doing this since I got saved in 75, and we started teaching the Giving University class. I've learned more about my heart and generosity over those years, and it keeps growing, and my understanding and my motivation and all those things, I can see the motivation of my own heart and measure that. So that's really crucial. So any other thoughts or comments anybody wants to make?
Can I share something real quick? I just love what Pastor Allen teaches, and he teaches that whatever you give to God, he multiplies. And on the flip side, I say whatever you keep, you get to spend until it runs out or until you earn more or however. But I just love that about what he said about that. It's very inspirational.
Yeah.
And if I could just say something off topic here, Steve, there's a Bible verse that says in John 15, it says, greater love has no one than this, than to lay down one's life for his friends. And then Jesus said that, he taught us that, and then he went and did it, and he demonstrated it. And I just want to say that you have the heart of Jesus in that regard, where you're teaching this, you're teaching the class, and then you step into it and you lead by example. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That was confirmed by your words that you said that, well, we're never going to ask you if you're going to be a greater giver after this or not, or how it's impacted you. It's because I've just seen that about you, that you teach it, but then you demonstrate it and you lead by example. It's just the heart of Jesus to be the first one to serve. So I just bless that in you.
Thank you. That's really sweet. All right. Well, there was a little love fest there. That's enough about me. Now, what do you guys think of me? Never mind. Just kidding. Okay. So we're going to go to the rocket. And so if you had, Bill, can you,
yeah. Let me present I can present the slides, Steve. Might be easier for people to see.
Yeah, well, good, because I'm going to be pointing. Will they still be able to see me?
I don't. Can you guys still see Steve?
I think it's better not to present. Just Steve can point. We can see it pretty fine.
Okay. Well, you've got it in. You've got it in. Okay, so you guys have it in your slides, I just kind of want to talk about a little anecdotally. So as I was thinking about different stages of generosity, I was thinking about this whole idea that there are many, many motivations, and we were talking about motivations earlier, Bill, when you were talking about motivations towards generosity. And I literally started to think about this and kind of dream about it, and I'm measuring my own heart, okay, and I came up with 7 stages of generosity, and each of these stages are good stages, okay. So if you look all the way at the top, there's the need, and here's the warhead right here, high impact generosity. In other words, where we put our money, where we give, it really hits the target. It makes a big difference, and we see, real results out of that. And as you on your slides, and you can read through these later, we've got for each of these stages, we have a corresponding verse to kind of contemplate. Okay, so and I thought about this because I thought about reflecting on my life, about my own, musings in my heart, where I would say, wow, I need to give. And I had a little fear, like, well, geez, what if I don't give? Now, fear isn't necessarily a bad thing. And the fear of the Lord in Proverbs is the beginning of wisdom. Okay. So fear actually, it can be bad if it dominates our life, but if it motivates our life, it can actually be a really good thing. So I'm motivated to walk with God because I know that at some point my life is at an ending, and I'm going to stand before Him, and I want to live appropriately. So the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And so I thought about the fact that there were times, so there's a little known verse that people usually don't read. So when they normally read the Malachi verse. Here's Malachi up here, and the test me verse, and we'll get to that one in faith. But the fear one, here's a corresponding. This is out of Malachi. Will a mere mortal rob God? Yet you rob me, but you ask, how am I robbing you? In tithes and offerings, you are under a curse. Wow. That's the part of Malachi we never read, right? Because we don't think about the fact that, God does use fear as a motivation. Now, is fear the best motivation? No. Obviously, we'll get to the hierarchy of the rocket, but each of these stages. And so when I thought about this, I thought stages, and I like to blow things up and shoot rockets off and do kinds of things. And I'm always fascinated with space and, launching into space. So I came up with these stages of generosity. Okay. So the first stage is fear. Okay. It's not bad. It's just one of the particular stages. Our mind, something makes sense. I want to help this. It makes sense to me. I want to use my mind. You use your mind when you're engaging in generosity. Okay, the next one is emotion. So you have an emotional response. Wow, you saw this need and you want to make a difference. This is happening all over the place right now, where small businesses have been wrecked either from looting or from the COVID. And so people are responding, and they're raising money, GoFundMe page to help somebody reestablish their store, or from damage or from the lack of being open. And so their emotions get involved, and that's a good motivation. That's a stage of generosity. The fourth, and you talked about this one, Bill, is habit. It's, if you have a habit of giving, would you say that is a good habit? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes, that could be a good habit.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you have a good habit, eat right, brush your teeth, all those things, they improve your life. Okay. So I can tell you that having the habit of being generous is a great habit. So it's a stage of giving. Obedience. When I was first became a Christian, I didn't understand anything about the Bible. 1975, I was an unruly kid, drug, alcohol, crazy kid, voted most likely to explode on impact. And when I started to read the Bible and learn the Bible, and I was in a really great church that taught the Bible, Chuck Smith taught about the obedience of bringing your tithes and offerings. Okay. So a part of the fear quotient was, you're robbing God. It's like, wow, I want to be obedient. I want to, I'm going to stop smoking pot and sleeping with girls and doing all the bad things. And then I'm going to be generous, and I'm going to learn how to give, and I'm going to do all those things. Those are all really good things. If you do something out of obedience, that's not a bad motivation. The next one is joy. Okay. So that's another motivation. I know that I get a great deal of joy when I'm generous. Okay. Now, does that mean it's easy? Does the joy make it easy? No. Let me put some context to that. I've never walked out of the gym after doing my workout and said, oh, well, that sucked. I'm not doing that anymore. What happens is I get through the hard parts of the workout, no pain, no gain. I do my exercise, and I come out the other side, and I always have joy when I've done that, workout. That's what I mean. Joy doesn't mean it's painless. Joy means you did the right thing in spite of the pain, and there's a great outcome. That's where joy fits into this. So what we hope to do is encourage you that when you give and you operate from a cheerful heart, or you give to something, and you could have bought a new car, but you helped somebody else buy a new car, there's going to be pain involved in that. Hello, there will be pain, but we don't measure it by the pain, we measure it by the joy. And then the last, but not least, and what I think is the most, the most important thing is that we give out of faith, okay? So when I give and God directs me to give towards something, I want to do that in faith. And so the key verse for there is out of Hebrews and out of Hebrews and Galatians. It's impossible to please God without faith. Okay, so if you think about it, if my desire to be, I want to please God, I need to do it in faith. Now, where I take that from my own life is I look at my finances, my money, my things, and I look at all that and I say, God, what do you want me to give to? He tells me, because he will. And if you wonder about that, God wants to speak to you and show you where to give and how to give and when to give and why to give, all those things. So if you ask him the question, should I give to this? And then you ask the following question, the follow-on, how much should I give? And if he tells you, then you give out of faith. And faith, without faith, it's impossible to please God. Now, I just want you to understand a little component, because people mystify faith, okay? And they don't understand that faith is a walk with God in learning to see God's hand and then begin to trust that. Now, but I always love the person who will say to me, I don't know how you walk with God. I only do what I see. I only do what I know. I only do what is completely tested. And I say, no, you don't. Okay. Now, most of you know that I have a company called Power Plus. I'm in the power industry. I operate electrical equipment and all kinds of things based on the movement of electrons. You know what? I've never seen an electron. Electrons are so small that nobody has ever seen an electron, and electrons are really fast and slippery. They travel at 186,000 miles per second, and you've never seen an electron. But you have faith by your action to walk over to a light switch, hit the light switch, and the light goes on. And you go, wow, that's amazing. Now, if you did that to somebody in the 1800s, they would say you're completely crazy. But in today's modern time, but you've never seen an electron. But you operate electrons without ever have seen them. I operate with God. I've never seen them, but I know I've seen the effects. I've seen the effects of generosity. I've seen the effects of me being obedient. And so I walk in faith. So that's a little snippet of faith, but let me just tell you, all of you jump in your cars and you drive your cars. There's 860 parts in a transmission. You've never inspected those. You've never gone in and said, I'm not turning the key and shifting it until I've seen all those parts in place. You just go and do it. And so that's what a walk with God is. You've never seen the inside of your engine. But in most of you don't walk out to the car and say, I'm not going to try and start this car until I open the hood and make sure there's an engine in there. See, that's faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So we want to walk this generosity piece out in faith. And that is probably so disruptive to most people. It's disruptive to me. Recently, God spoke to me, said, I want you to make this donation. And I thought, okay, I'm going to do that, God. Call the guy up, made this donation. When I spoke to him, he was literally in tears, and he said, because of COVID, we're out of money and our widows and orphans have nothing, and we don't know how we're going to move forward. Now, did the light switch go on? Sure did. The light went on, and it was bingo, target. Now, somebody might say, well, how do you know God spoke to you to do that? Because when I hit the switch, the light went on. You see, that's faith. And so that's the highest element that you can do in your generosity, is to operate in faith. And if it's impossible to please God without faith, then when we walk in faith, it really pleases him. Okay? So in Galatians, it says the only thing that counts is faith expressing itself through love. So all of that is intermixed. I understand that's a complex, concept, but it's the way that we believe. So when you guys are you guys all done with your proposals?
No, we have a couple more tonight, Steve.
Okay, so in your proposals, you're kind of winding through and you're looking at things, and then eventually when you do your trips, to some remote part of the world to go make an impact as our ambassadors of the Giving University, we want you to think and pray and ask God where we should be putting that money. So you guys all know you'll be part of a team of 10 to 15 people that will be going and disseminating $50,000 into a very desperate place, right? So as you're doing that, we want you to operate in faith, because we want you to come back and say, here's what we need to, here's where the needs are, here's the research we did, and in faith, this is how we pray, and we ask God, what should we do with this money? All right. I am officially done right now, disrupting you and wrecking your day with my odd concepts. But what I'd like to do is throw it out there. Ask me any question, anything you want. Personal, I've got 4 kids, 1 wife, and a dog named Skipper. After that, any questions that you have for me? Comment.
I just want to make a comment. I'm so thankful for being a part of this program, because I thought I was a generous giver, and I realized that I'm not. Secondly, I thought I was a sacrificial giver, and I realized that I really am not. And however, what I have been noticing is that I'm a lot more mindful about being generous, and I'm really grateful for that. Somehow, everything that I've learned is causing me to search and dig deep into myself and question what I value. And so I'm hoping and praying that I can learn to be a better giver.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm thankful for this.
It's really a study of your own heart, too.
Mm-hmm.
Questions, comments?
Hi, Steve. This is Phillips. Just want to thank you for having us in the program. And I think Mark and Bill did a great job this past 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just want to add to that sacrificial giving. If you find that you have that call to be a voice, or be a leg for those who can't walk, eyes for those who can't see, I think out of joy, you feel the great joy when you do a generosity of any kind. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where Deborah and I has been for these several decades, that we feel such a great joy doing what we're doing.
That's great.
Even if we have or we don't have, we still do it out of joy.
Yeah.
That's just my little intake.
Did you relate, Phillips, with the pain? Most people don't recognize that. They think, well, if it's painful, then how am I going to have joy? Typically, we have joy after we've experienced pain and we've done the right thing.
Yes, of course. There's a lot of pain to it. There's a lot of sacrifice to it too, because you're bringing in your whole family where. Let's say you have been called to do that, but you bring in the whole family, and they might not be on the level that you are on. So that's a lot of sacrifice and pain to it too.
Great, good comment. Anybody else?
Steve, I have a question about your comments on the tithe. Like, say I have $700 to give on a monthly basis. And I take that money and I give $500 to my local church and $200 to XYZ missionary. What's your comment on that? Is it that we need to bring the whole tithe into your local church, or can you divide it up? What do you think?
Well, that's a really good comment. Is there any pastors in the room?
My husband was a pastor for 42 years.
Yeah.
The pastor asked the question. I just wanted to know who I'm going to make mad right now. Okay. So
bring the whole time.
Yeah. So see again. Here's another touchy subject. The tithe was supposed to go to the temple, right? So the temple was the main place of worship where everything disseminated from. But there's a lot more going on in our current world, and I believe that you should one, pray about how much you should divide up and put where, and I don't believe that the church should get all of it. Okay, just I don't see a biblical precedence from it, and they've taken a Old Testament construct and brought it forth into the New Testament. And now, if you're a pastor, you're like, that scares the shoes off of you. And if you're a 501c3, you think, oh, that's great, bring it, baby, because what God may do, is He may move you to give to other operations that are going on, and that's important work too. Now, part of the reason why the churches are scared to death is because only 2.7% of Christians tithe properly or give properly. Okay, so we'll just say give properly. Okay, so think about if the 97% of the rest of the church tithe properly, there wouldn't be a problem operating the church, right? And then the other thing that's very difficult is the way we do church is we build these little independent, basically groups that are responsible to make sure that group basically stays together. But so everyone's sort of greedy. Have you ever heard of the concept pastors don't play nice together? That's a problem, because they're not looking at the greater kingdom, wealth, and also they're concerned, like, hey, I have to meet my budget. I've got churches or businesses. They're nonprofit businesses, but they're businesses, and they basically have togetherness. They have, they provide, services and buildings and places to meet and things like that. But my personal belief is that you should give where you want to give. Now, let me just tell you something. God will surprise you. So out of all my giving, I have a favorite ministry that I love to give to. And I always pray and say, Jesus, how much do you want me to give? And now this is, I'm going to push it here. So he tells me the number. And I was like, wow, out of all the giving that I'm going to give, that's only 2%. And then, wait, got to back up here. Remember, this is my favorite ministry. And, how much do you want me to give? He tells me the number. It's like, God, that's only 2% of my total giving. And so I give that amount of money, that 2%. The funny thing is, you see what's happening is the dialogue, because God knows that he knows how much that favorite ministry needs to operate on, and he knows what this group needs, and he knows what that needs. And so that's why the faith, interplay. The other thing is that, wow, well, if I gave 10% of what I give to that ministry, God, I could have a seat on the board probably. You see, now I'm tapping into the motivation of my heart. Am I giving to be noticed or giving to be, put into a position of power? See, money is a tricky thing, right? And it's very, very tricky. Now, let me tell you, and I've always given anonymously, okay? And the reason why I give anonymously is because it protects my heart. And the reason why it protects my heart is because what I notice about my heart is that it morphs into, well, if they know how much I'm giving, then I'll have a greater seat at the table. Or if they know how much I'm giving, or they know where it's coming from, I'll have, more power in that, in that thing. So it keeps my heart clean. See, when I give anonymously, it keeps my heart clean. That's my number one thing I want to do with my life, is keep my heart in a good place. Because it allows me to be cheerful, and then it also checks out my motivation. Now, the side benefit is, if I give anonymously and they don't know, I don't have people banging on my door saying, hey, give more, the development guy, coming and, asking for more money. So that is a little side benefit to that. Now, you might think, well, that's kind of odd. You have the Giving University, and you just told us we're going to give each of you $1,000, and then we're going to give you $50,000 to go do that. But you guys will never know how much I give, or to the things that I give to. Now, I was quite pissed off about this with God. I had a conversation with him because I was a little frustrated. Here you gave me the Giving University. You've taught me to give anonymously, and now I'm the guy standing up saying, here's how to give, and here, we're giving, $50,000. And so he said, look, that's okay. You're keeping your heart in the right place, and no one will ever know how much you really give. So no one knows. And no one should know how much you give, because that's between you and God. And I'm not saying you have to give anonymously like I do. I do it for my own protection myself. Questions, comments, thoughts?
I too like to give anonymously, but I'm in a position where I was in contact with numerous people in Kenya. And right now, particularly because of COVID-19, they're starving. Yes. And I do know that if I give money to certain people, I trust those relationships and those pastors to buy food and pass it out. And so it's awkward for me, because I also want my church to know that they're supportive of me and the ministry that I've done, because they supported me in going to Kenya to begin with, and I've been there 3 times. that I need they send me pictures back showing what's happening. So I want to share that. But I think my heart is right in sharing it and doing it and continue, because they don't know how much money I've actually given. Nobody knows how much I've given except for the pastor I gave it to.
Right.
And in hope, by showing that, in a sense, I'm not trying to praise myself. I'm trying to encourage more people to give into those type of situations instead of,
Right.
I mean, and so I don't, anyway, I guess I'm throwing that out there.
Let me speak to that real quick.
Okay.
So how have you learned the Father? Okay, that's a question I always ask people. And I think God is one of the most hilarious people on the planet Earth, in the universe ever. And when Jesus was here, I think, and just like texting, have you ever sent out a text and you're being funny or sarcastic or saying something funny and people don't get it in the text and they get offended in that? I think when Jesus said, "Don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing," I think he was smiling. I think he was laughing. I think he was like, it's tricky. And Shannon, you just brought up a very tricky thing, right? And so this whole generosity thing is very tricky, okay? And if anybody tells you it's not tricky, they haven't been doing it, okay? And so it's very tricky. So when Jesus said, "Don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing," so we were having problems because the Giving University, pretty soon people know, okay, well, the Giving University made this thing, so they could call us up and ask us for more money, which we never respond to because we are student and board directed, giving. We don't, accept, like somebody puts in a request for money, we don't do that because we want the students to be disseminating money and getting it out there. So this one particular organization that I like a lot, they had a really tenacious development person, which is their salesman, going out and collecting money. And we didn't want them to know where the money was coming from. So we created a new account called Right Hand. We sent them a check from the right hand. And they were so mad. They were trying to figure out, where's the right hand? And we had P.O. box and what's the right hand? And so they could never figure it out. And actually the chairman of the board, who I'm really good friends with, told the woman, if you try and figure out who the right hand is, they're going to stop giving. So all of this is very tricky, Shannon, and your point is well taken. And so, any others?
Well, and just to continue that, the thing that I also have to be careful of there is because it's known that I've given money out to one pastor, you've got about 50 others that all of a sudden want to be your best friends on Facebook or whatever, and I just say no, I don't even accept them because I haven't vetted them in a sense. I don't know them. And I really try to listen to what God wants me to do. Even if there's an asking or saying, hey, I need the money, I just say, well, I have to pray about it. I really do have to pray about it and know where God wants me to put my money. And how
Go Shannon, that's the faith element right there. Go Shannon.
Thank you.
If you go to India and you do any ministry in India, you will encounter a lot of the people that are there. They see Americans or they see white people or European people or whatever. They know that because the rupee is very, very small it's so diluted that we might give $50 and that's like a lot of money to them. And so they're constantly hitting people up. And I would encourage you, when you do your trip, watch out for that. Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
Thank you.
Go, Mark. Okay, I'm out of here.
Hey, thanks, Steve. We appreciate it.
And let me give you my email address
Hey, Steve, I'll send it out to everybody.
and my phone number. And if you want to talk about difficult things, please call me. If you want to check on a ministry, the one thing you didn't know when you joined the Giving University is that you won't be able to get rid of us. We'll be around if you want to call us anytime, ask us questions, vet a ministry. I don't care if it's 10 years from now. We want to be a resource, and we want to help you, and we want to have further dialogue. And if you have some, great thoughts or improvements to make the Giving University better, we want that. So, all right.
Can we start a frat and get like hoodies with letters on them and stuff?
Yeah. Let's do it. Go Sky. Hey, is anybody going on a trip with Sky? Anybody signed up?
Where's
Sky's going to
Nigeria and Lebanon.
And I am. Oh, wow.
I think actually, Steve, I think I'm going to be going to probably all of your trips. I've been talking with your team about that, but that's still to be determined.
So a lot of times we have a hard time getting people to go on trips, and now we've got the greedy guy that wants to go on all the trips. Got it.
We have a date for Nigeria.
Yeah,
it'd be more
November.
of a security guy on the trip, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, we're gonna. I'm not sure if you did this, Mark, but you're going to get from Beth trip flyers, and then you can look into the different trip flyers that are already planned. You can jump on those, or if you have a trip that you would like to propose, you guys can propose trips as well.
Yeah, we've been sending those out, Steve. They've been getting those as they come out.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Mark, don't think I don't notice the fact that you changed your screen behind you, because it was just your head and now it's just your wife. That's a much better look.
It rotates. I don't have any control. Every picture includes my wife.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
All right.
Hi.
Oh,
Hey, see you later.
Okay, Steve.
All right. Well, we're gonna. So that was good. We're gonna completely shift gears and just have a couple more things we want to get through tonight. I know we're probably gonna end up going a little bit long here, but let's move over to grant proposals. And so, Linda, hopefully your mic is working, and we'll start with you if that's okay.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. So my organization is called Voice of the Refugees, and they were formed in 2007. They're located here in Southern California, and their mission statement is putting God's love into action by assisting the refugee and asylum-seeking community to reestablish and assimilate their lives in the United States. And let me just really back up really fast, because one of the things I find here in the US is refugee has become a big bucket. And in this situation, the refugees are people that are from a country that is deemed non-livable and unsafe by the United Nations. And so then they've applied for refugee status in another country. So they've had to flee their original country as a refugee, go to another country, be in a camp, be vetted by the UN, and then be assigned to a country. You don't choose as a refugee your country, you're assigned. So then they've been assigned to the US, and they've landed here in Southern California. So, or other places they support in the US too. But here in Southern California, what they have is they have a center in Anaheim, and it serves as a refugee hub. They have classes. and it's a safe haven for them to learn to interact with Americans. They have 8 staff members, multiple volunteers. Assistance is available in Arabic and English. 80% of the refugees at this center are Muslim and 20% Christian, but there's everyone interacts. And the staff is very proactive at identifying new areas that are needed. And they do food, regular distribution of food, driver training, education, transportation to doctor's appointments, social workers, English on 3 levels, translation services, job search training, computer training, mentoring, counseling, citizenship classes. And really what happened is they discovered, refugees come to this country, and in the US they get about 8 months worth of help, but they have no idea of our culture. And the story they gave me is they found a woman, she was Iraqi, and she had been in this country for 1 year, and she had never said hello to one single person. She was scared, and they asked her why. And she said, well, the only knowledge she had of the US was a tank coming down her street. And so she was scared now that she was here. And she would only go grocery shopping, to the church, and to school when she had to. And so this is why they opened the organization, because people didn't understand how to do things. And so it's been a wonderful opportunity. In 2018, they helped 198 families, and their evaluation on the form, they were perfect with an 18. They do not accept any government funding because they want to be able to share the gospel, and they don't want any restrictions on that. And I got involved with them because I've worked with refugees in multiple countries, and some of the people I was serving with told me about this group. And I went to a Women's Day, and it was just amazing. They did a panel, and the women, the questions they were asking about the school, their children, it was very obvious they really needed someone to come alongside them. So it's wonderful. I've seen so many refugees start coming just scared and not understanding something, and by the end they're very comfortable and they have a resource to come to. So I think that's it. If anyone has any questions.
What did they score?
18.
Okay.
I really like the idea of what they're doing. I've had a friend who does Airbnb, and she's had a family, a refugee family, that came and stayed at her house as a part of, and helped them try to do the very things that this organization did, and how important it is to have somebody to come alongside of them and show them the ropes. And so anyway, I really like hearing about this organization. And it's located in Southern California?
Anaheim, correct.
Thank you.
Hey, Linda, you mentioned that the refugees are 80% Muslim, 20% Christian.
Correct.
Is the organization itself a faith-based Christian organization?
Yes, yes.
It is? Out of a church or no?
It's a 501c3, but they do rent space at a church.
Uh-huh.
But it doesn't matter, and they make it very clear. They do accept all refugees, and in reality, the refugees want to understand the American culture, and they do recognize this is a Christian-based culture. But it's so important for an organization like this to be available, because there is a very strong Muslim mosque culture too. And if you don't give them an avenue to understand the culture of the country they've come to, then they will isolate in the mosque culture, because that's all that's available to them.
That's good. Caroline and I would have students from Saudi Arabia, and mainly from Saudi Arabia, and they would stay at our home, and it was a great experience to understand their culture and their religion. And we never preached at them or anything, but they just saw our lives, you know. So it's really a good experience. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Linda. That was great. Definitely can hear your passion, and it's it's pretty cool to hear about all the different things going on around the around the country to support people. So thank you. All right. We have Sky, Kelvin, Bart, and Augusta. Who would like to go next?
I'll go. I can go.
Please.
So this is Sky, and the organization that I looked at was, I'll try to be 2 to 3 minutes. I'll keep it pretty brief. So the Warrior Built Foundation, Inc. is the full name. They just go by Warrior Built. And it's a organization that was started in 2012. They are primarily a combat injured veteran organization. So various branches that have served in combat, individuals that have been injured. Oftentimes they're helping people that are missing limbs, have mental illness, etc. But GuideStar defines them as a mental health treatment organization and also a crisis intervention organization. So they check off a couple boxes and categories with GuideStar, but as an organization in a whole, in a practical sense, they try to connect veterans with other veterans and get them to have somewhat of a camaraderie environment. And I would say that many gentlemen that have served in combat and have had any form of PTSD, and I think Mark did a great job of explaining and even exclaiming what that is. Persons that have suffered from traumatic individual instances that have repeated multiple times like that and have something that they carry with them oftentimes can only relate and understand each other. And so to be able to build environments whereby you're connecting with other persons that have had similar and akin experiences, I think is a tremendous value. They primarily focus on Orange County, San Diego, Inland Empire, because they are out of the Lake Elsinore area. However, they've got individuals that have come from the East Coast and also the West Coast to participate in their events. They build race trucks, race cars, race motorcycles, and surrounding and sort of circumventing these environments is the mutual goal that they get the combat injured vets focusing and working on together. And oftentimes the drivers are individuals that have worked on it and have themselves received injuries. So a lot of the modifications that happen to the vehicles allow persons with injuries to drive them. Their mission statement that they've got on their website is essentially that, and they've got it kind of part and parcel. It's broken up in different sections, but in summary, their mission statement says, I'll say, for combat veterans to provide new motivation, camaraderie, and offer release of cope with those that have very similar difficulties in positive and therapeutic way in a safe, fun, and supportive environment. On the 990 scorecard, I gave them a 17, and I'm not sure if I did it right. I think they might actually have an 18, but I put them as a 17. And I reached out to the gentleman that started it. His name is Nick Ham. In Baja 1000 2018, I was introduced to the CEO of SCORE. That's the organization that runs all of the racing events in the desert, off-road racing. And he invited me to his house in San Diego. We had to sit down and talked about engaging more veterans and military personnel in the races. He gave me Nick Ham's cell phone, and then I ended up going overseas for a while, lost touch. But through this process, I reached out to Nick again. And so we started texting. We arranged a call when I was still in the Middle East. I just got back in LA yesterday, so I'm on the West Coast in CONUS. But Nick's been very open in dialoguing about the organization. I've gotten to know him well and their leadership. And other guys in the Special Force teams, as well as DOJ and DOD, I've spoken with about this organization, and they've got high regards for what they're actually doing. So that's it for the organization. I plan on being involved going forward in either mentorship or engagement in some degree and giving. And so that's Warrior Built. Any questions?
Great, Sky. I mean, comprehensive, and it's again great to find organizations that fit our passions and our backgrounds and our lives. So thank you for sharing that one. I actually went on their website. I think you mentioned that one when we were first starting to talk about it. I went on their website because I've been a part of a couple of race teams and stuff like that. And I think it's a great way to build camaraderie and stuff like that. So I'm, kind of a gearhead. So I thought that was pretty cool. So at any rate, thank you.
I think those of us that are people that have served in combat, and we're all sort of like-minded in a sense. We like machines and loud noises, and so oftentimes machismo factor causes us to not really want to sit down on a couch and look somebody in the eyes and open up about problems, but we are willing to stand shoulder to shoulder together and weld or wrench on something and build relationship. And through that process, you end up breaking down barriers and having dialogue. And so I think having something else to focus on besides the individual is a terrific method, intentionally designed and also utilized to also get the individual to open up and help share.
Very cool. Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Yep.
Yeah, what a relevant way to meet the needs of the military men that served our country.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Very definitely. Kelvin, I think I saw your hand shoot up as Sky started talking. Are you up?
Yeah, I'm ready. The organization that I chose is called Vocational Improvement Program, and they're right here in the city where I live in Rancho Cucamonga, California. Part of the mission statement is to teach the intellectually disabled the job skills, which involves packaging, manufacturing, assembly, and distribution. One of the reasons that I chose this organization is because in the work that I do, I'm an electrician. I've worked in a couple of these organizations doing electrical work. And these people, to us, they may not be normal, but these people have the biggest hearts. And yet they may know that they're not normal, but yet they're full of joy, and it touches you. And I've worked around them several months, like I said, in 2 different facilities. And also I have a nephew that's, they're calling it intellectual disabled. And my nephew is challenged with that as well. So this is the reason that I chose this organization. As far as the 990 score, it came out a little low. And I think part of the reason was because I noticed that there were 3 people in the organization. They all had the same last names, but they all had high salaries. So I'm thinking it was the husband, the wife, and one of the children. So their score came out to 14. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Questions? Again, we talked earlier about finding that passion and finding people that you want to be able to serve and work with. So I think that's a common theme that we're hearing from everybody as they share their their grant proposals. So thank you. That's good stuff. All right. So I think we still have Augusta and Bart.
Oh, 2 more? Hold on.
Do I have a volunteer?
Bart.
Augusta, unless you want to go, I can go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bart.
Okay, great. So the organization I chose is the name of it is NAMI Urban Los Angeles, and what they specialize in is mental health programs for people kind of in the South Central area here in Los Angeles is where I am. And I have no prior experience with him or anything like that. I basically just did a Google search for charities in my area, and this one kind of struck me just in terms of how grassroots it is. All their volunteers aren't paid, and they offer all free programs for people who want to learn more, about mental health. They have a lot of support programs for people around mental health, around addiction, emotional management, things of that nature. And it was honestly kind of tough getting in touch with them just due to COVID. A lot of their programs are shut down, or they're trying to convert a lot of their support groups and classes into Zoom meetings. So they were kind of in the midst of that. But I was able to get a hold of some people and ask some questions about their 990. My primary concern was that their total score was 17, and they just lost a point based on their program service revenue, which didn't make any sense to me because everybody I talked to said they were a volunteer. I don't think they really had anybody on staff who was paid aside from a couple of administrators. And they were able to relate to me that they also partner. They have a lot of partnerships. A lot of their volunteers come from USC, or they come from just the healthcare industry, a lot of doctors and psychiatrists and people of that nature. And so they also program with, or they provide programs and partnerships with hospitals and schools. And so what they do is they put together these programs and they charge for that as a way of bringing in revenue. So I thought that was kind of a cool way of helping support their program. And so, yeah, overall, they had a score of 17, very inspired, hoping I can participate with them here in the future when they're able to reopen. I think that's it, unless I missed something. So.
No, that was good, Bart. Again, I think one of the things you'll see is that there's definitely some flexibility within GU. I mean, they want to be able to support these things that you guys are researching and are passionate about. So, the scores are what they are. But again, if there's I'll say mitigating circumstances, it's they're definitely going to look at that, and it's not a big deal, right? We had a couple of things I think we might have mentioned on our Belize trip that were a little outside of the box for the GU board. We're going to talk about that, the trips and what happens afterwards. But we were able to make the case that they were going to be impactful for people in the community, and so even though it was a little outside the box, they were accepted by the board. So nice job with that.
Great, thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Bart? All right, I'm going to say Augusta, bring us home.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I did my organizational review on Chrysalis. Their focus is on helping individuals and families break free of relationships that are rooted in fear and violence. So they offer comprehensive resources to victims of abuse as well as their abusers, which I thought was interesting. They began about 37 years ago, and they offer emergency housing. Their residential crisis shelter houses up to 50 adults and children for up to 120 days. They offer transitional housing. The transition program provides independent apartment living and supportive services for women or men with or without children for up to 2 years. They have a family outreach center. Services provided at the Family Outreach Center include education about domestic abuse in the greater community, an advocacy program to help victims whose abusers are on probation, counseling and children's play therapy, as well as legal advocacy to help clients resolve issues such as orders of protection and child custody. An example of their impact, in 2018, they served over 1,400 individuals impacted by domestic abuse. They had, in 2018, they had 334 volunteers who contributed over 4,000 volunteer hours. Their residential programs provided clients with over 26,000 safe and transitional housing program. Their emergency shelter served 305 victims of abuse. Transitional housing served 55 victims of abuse. They provided outpatient counseling to 228 individuals, and then legal advocacy for 627 victims. They also provided court-ordered offender treatment to 268 offenders. So I chose this organization. I mean, they've been around for quite some time, and I really like that they are, reading about them, they're deeply committed to education and growth within their organization in order to help strengthen their approach in working to end the cycle of abuse. They strive to be all-inclusive and attack the issue of domestic violence from multiple angles, again, to include working with offenders, helping them understand their cycle of violence and how to help them break the cycle. They scored an 18 on their scorecard, so they're pretty solid. And I haven't worked with them, but in researching them, I came across a smaller startup organization called Control-Alt-Delete, and I actually reached out to them. They just seemed a little bit closer to my heart, and so I've been doing some volunteer work with this other organization that also helps victims escape their abusers. So, any questions?
Augusta, where are you located? Where's the nonprofit?
In Phoenix, Arizona.
Thanks. And thank you for serving that. That's a big passion for me, is working with that community as well. Do you know if they require a 40-hour domestic violence training for their volunteers?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I could find out and get back to you.
I'm just curious about that because they require that here, and I don't know if it's like a Chicago thing. It's just one of those things I was interested in, state by state.
What was the question again? What did you ask?
I think it's a state by state thing, so I was just curious what they did in Phoenix.
Gotcha. I'm learning.
There's a lot to learn. And I really admire that they focus on the abuser too, because there's so much that we can learn and change by being more holistic in that, instead of abandoning that, we're trying to work on that.
I think, if we're in pain and if we're creating pain, it's definitely because, we're in pain. So a lot of healing needs to happen all around.
Yeah, I did know of someone personally that was helped by the Chrysalis organization, but I was not aware that they also help the abuser. I didn't know that. That's great. I like that.
Yeah, I thought that was really. I thought that was interesting and important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely unique. So thank you for sharing that. All right, so again, I know we're going a little bit long tonight. I just have a couple of more slides that I want to walk you guys through. Some of this you've heard before. It's really just about the trips, and then we'll close out with any other questions or anything like that. But so basically, let me come back to slides here real quick. And there's, like I said, there's only 3 of them. So first, we've talked a lot about the trips and what goes on. So a number of trips are created each year. I mean, you've heard people talk about Lebanon coming up and Nigeria. There should be another trip to Mexico. I think, Mark, Colombia's on hold for right now, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah. So again, you guys are going to get emails about all of these trips, and so just be watching your email for that stuff. Certainly, we've had really good attendance. We really appreciate everybody hanging in there with us for these 8 weeks. If you've missed a class and it needs to be made up, you can work with Mark or I on that. And again, if you've missed multiple classes, you kind of have to retread or go back through some of them. But again, we'll work with you on that.
Hey, Bill, this is the first class I've taught that no one missed any classes. This is the weirdest thing. You guys are weird. You guys are like perfect.
Yeah, that's kind of I didn't realize it was perfect attendance. I knew it was pretty good.
Nope.
All right, so the GU trips, they're typically, 7 to maybe to 12 days, something along those lines, anywhere from 12 to 15 or maybe 18 people. And the goal of the trip is you typically have a number of NGOs or missions or nonprofits that are set up. And you go and you basically observe and you learn about what they're doing. In some cases, you'll actually get some service time or some work in as well. But it's really to go see what those organizations are doing and who's having the best impact, right? And so now I will tell you, like when on the Belize trip, we had a number of people that had never traveled overseas and had certainly never been on an international, on a mission trip internationally or anything like that. So there's not really any special skills required. Now, sometimes there'll be service projects and you may or may not be a part of those depending on how comfortable you are with doing that. It can be painting, it could be swinging a hammer, it can be, we did some electrical wiring. Down in Belize. But so at any rate, no special skills required. It's really a matter of just having a heart to go hear what's going on and to be a part of a team that's going to evaluate those different NGOs or nonprofits. And then when you get back, basically, so my group that went to Belize, there were a number of people from Southern California, but we had Julie and I from Texas, we had some folks from Tennessee, we had some people from Alabama, we had some people from Northern California. And so none of us had met beforehand. So we did a number of Google Hangouts or Zoom sessions before we went. And then when we came back, and then we talked about what we saw while we were there. And then when we came back, we did a number of sessions as well, kind of refining basically a more comprehensive grant proposal for that. Steve mentioned the $50,000. So that's what coming back from the trip, you'll do that trip report and then make a board presentation. In addition to the money that Giving University gives you, typically you'll have about 2 months after the trip to do additional fundraising. So let's say you see something that you're really passionate about, you can continue to raise funds for that, and GU will match up to another $25,000. So GU gives each trip $50,000, for example. You, as a team, you could raise up to another 25. You could raise as much as you want, but GU would match the first 25,000 of that. So you could give easily over $100,000. And I know Mark's trip to the Ukraine a couple years ago now kind of did a really, really good job of fundraising afterwards. So that's real. And again, this is one of those things that people are like, GU does that. And it's almost like, yeah, they're going to send you on a trip and they're going to do all that. And it's really pretty cool. Now, in terms of costs and stuff, GU really does pay for virtually everything. So airfare, lodging, to and from the airport, in-country transportation.
Hey, Mel. Hey, it's Everett.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say I have to go.
Okay.
So I just want to give you a heads up.
No problem. Listen, thanks for letting us know, and thanks for being a part of the class.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See, now I feel the pressure. I got to go even faster, right? And then if you need a visa for the country that the trip is going to, there are a couple of things that you would need to pay for if you don't have a passport. You would need to get the passport, and I would tell you that can take a little bit of time if you don't have one. Shots if they're required, meals during free time. That turned out to be like 1 or 2 meals for our trip to Belize. And then recreational activities. We do try and build a little bit of fun into the trip. So for example, when we were in Belize, we had the option to do some cave tubing or to go see some Mayan ruins. And so that's, stuff that you would do out on your own. But I mean, it really is it's pretty cool. I mean, our team came together. We didn't all meet till we got to the airport in Belize. And I don't know if you guys have heard of or know the app WhatsApp, but we still have a pretty active WhatsApp group from that trip. People kind of checking in on our partners down in Belize, but also checking in on one another. You know, we got back I think it was the 15th of March. The 16th is when stuff really started getting shut down. So it's been pretty interesting since we've been back. But at any rate, it's an incredible opportunity, you know, to take one of these larger international trips. GU also does a number of other, they call them the smaller trips, Mexico, San Francisco, maybe Southern California. And so those are also available to you. GU will only pay for one of the big trips, but you're always welcome to go on the smaller trips to serve and see what's going on in different parts of the country. So that's really it. Mark and I'll have some more information coming out to you guys afterwards. You will be getting information on the trips. You know, as it relates to the coursework, again, I know we packed a lot of stuff into each one of these weeks, and you guys really were troopers kind of hanging in there through it. If you have any questions, certainly let us know. If there are things, certainly things that we can do better or we need to expand upon, let us know that too. But again, I just want to say thank you so much for, you know, allowing us to walk through this with you guys. And we'll look forward to seeing you on a trip. Are there any questions or concerns? Comments?
I really have enjoyed being in this class and learned a lot in being able to apply it. So I want to thank you. I have a question about, I guess, receiving a check for whatever organization that we've done, how that gets carried out.
Yeah. So Shannon, if I remember it properly, because I did the class, it was a while ago, but so all of your all of the grant proposals will go in front of the GU board. They are going to look at each one of them, and kind of, and then from there, magic happens, and a check made out to that nonprofit will show up, and Beth Cora, who does a lot of the administration, would let you know that, hey, it's on its way. Be on the lookout for it.
Hey, Bill, those checks.
Does it come to us direct, or does it come to the organization?
Hey, Shannon, it goes to you. So on the organizational review, you put an address. When the board approves it, they'll write a check and they're going to mail it to you, and you get to go give it to them.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, really quick, just to dovetail off of that. Is it possible just to have it sent directly to them? Like my charity right now is closed down. So I don't know if I'd be able to deliver it at this point.
Hey, Bart, what I would do is send a note to Beth and just ask her to have it sent direct in that case.
Okay, great.
He manages all that. Beth is your point of contact for everything with GU, having to do with trips and your grants and all that. If you have, like Steve said, if you have questions about, you know, nonprofits or other things like that, just kind of about the subject matter, please reach out to Bill or me. If you want to put a trip together, we can kind of help you do that as well. But about the kind of the mechanics and the admin and trips, Beth is your point of contact.
Yeah, and I don't know her email, Bart. It's info@givinguniversity.org, or you can, you know, text or email Mark Ryan. We'll get that to you. What else?
I have a question about Nigeria. I know it was postponed. Do you have a date for Nigeria?
Let's see here. I had it. Now I can't find it. I'll look for it and get it to you.
November 6th to 15.
Okay, there you go. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Okay, it's this year. All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right. Well, again, thank you to everyone. Mark, any other comments? Or
We're going tomorrow. You'll get an email, and I'm going to be asking for. In the military, we call them 3 sustains and 3 improves. 3 sustains, 3 improves. 3 things that you really liked about the class that we need to keep doing, and 3 things that we can improve on, add to, change, whatever. Please give us your feedback. We want to make this class better. So I'll send that out tomorrow, and we just really, really want your feedback on the class. It's so helpful. Other than that, that's it. Hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you so much.
take care, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
It was an awesome class. Bye.
See ya.
There we go. How do I get out?
All right. All done.
Yay. Hey, Tracy, how are you?
Good, good.
I hear
Excited.
you guys are you're quarantining again.
Yeah, yeah. We are.
But no symptoms. So
Yeah,
I think
so far we're okay. We'll see
Good.
tomorrow and Friday, because it took our daughter about it took Karis about just over 4 days to incubate before she became symptomatic on Sunday, and she was exposed Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday, Sunday. But it was late Sunday night that she really started feeling bad. So for us, it was, when she came over Saturday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today's Wednesday. So if we're by Thursday, Friday, Mark will get tested on Friday. Then I think we're good. I've been praying for divine inoculation, just limited exposure to develop the resistance.
Yeah.
Because the vaccine, no vaccines are proven for rotaviruses. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyways, is Julie doing good?
She is. She is.
Good. Well,
it's been kind of weird because like the summer started, but they were off really since spring break, right? So
oh, good.
They had to get through all of the how do you teach remotely?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, is she enjoying the less craziness?
She said last night we were laying in bed. She's like, it might be okay if we had to do a little more remote teaching. So you don't have to deal with any of the I'll say the behavior issues, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, exactly. Well, I think telemedicine is here to stay. There's so many aspects of our culture that are it won't be the same.
Yeah, definitely. So I had you'll get a kick out of this. I had my well check this week. So you drive to the doctor's office and you sit in the car and you text them, and they're like, "Okay, come in now."
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And then you're not going to the waiting room. You're going directly into a room.
Yeah, exactly.
And everyone's in their mop gear. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful. I'm working from home and just not in that mess because, the pictures I see of people after 12-hour shifts, their faces are all raw and.
Well, Julie's brother, her older brother, is a doctor, and both his kids are doctors. And our niece, they graduated her early, so they're in the New York area, so that she could be working through the crisis. So she got kind of a trial by fire there, right into it. But it's calmed down quite a bit.
Yeah, what does she do again?
She's a doctor. I think I'm not even sure what I don't remember what her residency is in. So, but she just graduated med school. So, and they put him to work like immediately. And then our nephew, he's a doctor. He's a radiologist, And so they deployed him to the ICU.
Oh, yeah.
So at any
Yeah.
rate, kind of crazy, but we'll get through it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm really grateful. God's sense of humor with this poison ivy. It's just a total distraction.
Yeah,
I call it
I don't know that your husband is amused by
I've
that.
got it all over. So anyway,
Anyways, okay.
good night. I'm hungry. I haven't had dinner yet.
I had dinner.
Give
Talk to you guys soon. See ya.
Julia a kiss for me.
I will. See you guys.
All right, Bill. Bye.